So, welcome to the Housing and Land Use Committee meeting for December. We've got a packed agenda, so maybe we'll, actually, sorry. First, I want to encourage everyone to sign in. There's one QR code here and one also down by page. Once you're done with that, so I think everyone's seen the agenda. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda or any changes?
Second, agreed.
Right. All in favor?
All in favor.
Great. Any opposed?
I think I'm getting it out early, so we didn't have to store it up.
Okay, so our first item is talking about PNS with Roberta.
We have two budget members with us. So for those of you who have heard this before, just put your fingers in your ears. But so the budget and the strategy committee is responsible for developing the district needs. And to help the committees do that and to help the committees come up with the budget priorities, both in capital and expense. We have just completed fiscal year. We are now starting the cycle to create the budget for fiscal year 2027. We deal with the city. Occasionally we put something in for the state if it's really important to the community, but our mandate is city charter. So it's with the city. And for housing, we have pretty much had the same budget requests and the same priorities and the same district needs for the last, I think, 10, 12 years. This year, though, we added something in about helping people with evictions. So evictions, legal services, and unfortunately, we weren't able to get the coding numbers. When you put the budget request in, you have to put the agency it's going to and the city code numbers. So because we didn't have that and we couldn't get it from our officials, we put it into the main narrative. Next year we'll have the priority of Gales. So we did put it in, but next year we'll put a line on so because at that point no one was sure which agency was funding. So what we're suggesting, so our timeline is we'd like the district needs narrative and we don't need writing bullet points and we need data. And we also like photos. We'd like the bulk of it to be done by the end of June. The committee board does not meet over the summer. The budget and strategy committee does do work over the summer. When you get stuff to us too late, it just is a nightmare. I think we're probably not going to take anything past a certain age this cycle. We're starting in December. Last year we started in January, so we want everyone to have a chance to talk to all the stakeholders, talk to people from Wishfish, talk to people from Private Fine, talk to whoever else is developing housing in the community, talk with the agencies. The budget committee meets with the reps from the city council, probably March or April. In February, we will receive from city planning responses from the different agencies about what their responses are to our requests. We then have sometimes 30 days, sometimes less than 30 days to respond to their response. Often their responses are something like what my kids used to give it when they were growing up, which is, I'll think about it. Although the city doesn't say I'll think about it, but they give you a similar, you know, like talk to the people at OMB who have already looked at the documents, so obviously. Our three main priorities for CB7, probably for at least the last 10 years, have been affordable housing, quality public education, and food insecurity. We've always asked, our number one request is always snatching housing. Even though we get that, but we don't ask for specifics, but we may ask for specifics in other coordination of other ways, but we don't ask it that way. Anything that's in the district needs does not need to have a resolution and it's already in. So what we do is it's considered as a resolution, and then we do follow. And I just recommend that you know, set up a schedule for the year between now and of which agencies, which organizations you're going to talk to. Yeah, it was something to them. You know, what needs you guys have, what needs some of the other, you know, good organizations got to decide.
I'm sorry, I'm losing you. Can you speak louder?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
So really for the housing piece of it, you really want to look at who's building the housing. We know we lose affordable housing. You know, if we can, we'll try to do a deep dive into some areas of the Upper West Side where there have been new buildings built. What happens is smaller buildings are torn down. Those buildings, the people from those buildings disperse. And if they're paying a lower rent and a new building comes up with a much higher rent, they're not able to afford it. The other problem is that sometimes when the affordable housing is built, it's built for a higher medium income level. And so someone that's at, say, 49 or 50% of the median income level, which is still pretty high, is priced out because it's at 100% or it's under 20%. So we look at the statistics from Furman Center. We've met several times with people from the Census Bureau. They've been very helpful to us. And, you know, if the housing committee wants to do another deep dive, I'm sure we can get something in town. Okay.
I spent some wasted hours, I should say, trying to figure out the new rules and regulations that are literally over our heads in terms of the housing. How it's going to be dispersed, who's going to get what, is it going to be a lottery? Are special people going to be building these things with the opportunity that eventually those buildings will turn over to the owners or whoever developed it? And it's like going through seaweed. I mean, it's not clear. And I think it starts to undo just what you were saying, Roberta, where we had nice packages of thoughts for certain types of projects. This one isn't as easy. They're doing what they want, it seems. And of course, I've only read it once quickly, but I'm sure there are others around the table who would be concerned at the speed at which things are getting processed, and they seem to forget about other people and other projects that abut. And I haven't been, I challenge you guys by I guess it would be the February or January meeting to try to find a sort of a shopping list or a protocol so that we can dovetail and help our community decide, do they want to be part of this kind of development, or are we going to just steamroller ahead and do what we do best? And that is save the environment, get the people in, put the schools back, and et cetera. And I don't see any of that. It's so vague. Has anybody?
Well, I think that's a different issue. I think that's coming up later.
Well, it's not a different issue because it's going to negate a lot of the ways that we have been working to help people. It's gonna disappear. It's gonna be, and it baffles me as an architect, how, it's one-sided again, is my opinion. So,
Are you talking about City of Yes?
yes,
Okay.
sorry, I
Yeah.
thought I said that at the
No, no,
beginning.
that's okay.
I mean, that in itself should speak volumes, because it means that everything is fine. We're gonna have yes everywhere.
Well, let's.
Wait, that's our third agenda.
Oh, it is, sorry,
yeah,
okay,
that's okay.
all right, I
Well, I
just
forgot that
didn't want that
question.
to fail.
Any budget question?
So anyway,
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So when we come up with this list of different items, like for instance, NYCHA capital requests,
Right.
the eviction funding, things like that, do we need a specific dollar amount to put to that?
Okay,
or-
so for NYCHA, obviously, it's in the millions, so we don't put a dollar in.
Okay,
If it's a specific, if for example, Wishfish working with HPT wanted to build a building or take a building and repurpose it. They might have a dollar, they might come up with a dollar. So we would then put a dollar in. If it's an expense item and it's usually a small, it's a much smaller amount or it's employees, that would also be, sometimes we have the numbers, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we put things in the district needs and the budget requests because it's something very important to the community, but we know that the funding source is not available, which is the NYCHA, and which we do every year because it's over 6,000 units of housing. And one of the big concerns we have is we don't, it's Section 9 housing, which is HUD, which is federal money. And we're very concerned about what's going to happen in the new term. And so we may, at that point, need to talk to some of our state people as well, because there may be some funds available. So that's something that we'll keep getting back to you on that.
Okay.
And then we will meet with the budget people from Brew's office and Brewer's office. And usually that's in March or April. And once we have that meeting, whatever's housing, we let the chairs know.
if they're looking at certain housing things.
Well, very often they are. For example, this year, their big item was the eviction.
Right.
Do you mean right to council?
Right.
Yeah. What's the status of that?
There is some funding, there was not.
Yeah, because I remember we passed a resolution about it.
But
So,
now that it's in the district needs, so anything's in the district needs, you really don't need to pass a resolution, you just can write a letter saying, our CB7 is supportive of right to
Yeah.
counsel, and we would like you to,
provide additional funding.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can do that.
very important.
No, I mean, that's very clear, but excited to work on it. I think as
And again, because Fish has their new building and Project Fund has the took over our hotel, but on 79th Street. We might want to put a photo of them in and say, this is so many units of affordable housing. We can now, and the narrative is now they changed the platform this year. It's a much easier platform to use, so we're now able to put in letters of support. I mean, we could always do it, it was just very hard to do. We can put in photos and, when you're reading something with photos, it's always a little more pleasant. I recommend everybody to review the housing piece of the DNS. And I believe the way you find it is you go to the Budget and Strategy Committee, you click on that link, and then under that link is the DNS.
Is that the
Yeah.
same as
And I think Seema sent.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Did I send out the
Yeah,
part one?
yeah.
Okay, great. I just wasn't sure.
It's on the Google Drive too, so.
There's nothing explicit about the right to counsel stuff in there. It's just sort of,
It's just one line item.
yeah, it's not like, it's not its own area. It's just like
Let's-
mentioned.
We're gonna expand it.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions? Thank you, Roberta.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roberta.
So our
Thank you.
our second item is a presentation, wish fish. Thank you.
Great, so good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Freitag. I'm the Executive Director of West Side Federation for Senior and Supportive Housing. I'm joined by Joel Siegel, who is the project manager for this particular project, and Jenna Rhinus, who is our Director of Real Estate Development at Wisfish. I'm also joined by two architects from Datner Architects, Catherine Selby and Heather McKinsey. So I will start the presentation, then I'll hand it actually over to the architects to continue, but so. I'm gonna go ahead and share. That's all right.
Should we make a space here for Catherine to do most of the talking or Heather?
We're sharing it.
Okay, you guys want to sit where I'm sitting? Sure.
Yeah, and I can open up a little bit over here. As well.
We also have one chair open over there too.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, great.
Usually have like a DM.
So, just, you're coming to Community Board 7, I always assume everybody knows Wisfish, but I feel like I should just, give a very brief overview of who Wisfish is. On the next slide, please. So Wisfish, we will soon be celebrating our 50th anniversary. We began right here 50 years ago. Our first building was the Marseille up on the corner of 103rd Street in Broadway. We've grown now to have 30 buildings in Manhattan and the Bronx. But even though we're a relatively large not-for-profit, currently we do not have, as part of our mission, we are not going citywide. We are open to doing projects in Manhattan and the Bronx, and really that's it, because we feel like those are the neighborhoods we know the elected officials, and that, we also, because we provide not only all our own property management, but all our social services, we feel like there's a real efficiency to actually having, a geographic, relationship between our buildings. So just the statistics about Wisfish, we have over 2,400 affordable residential units in 30 buildings. As I just mentioned a moment ago, we provide all of our own social services. We do our own property management. We also run 3 senior centers. And as part of those senior centers, we serve an additional 1,500 seniors every year. So we like to say we serve 4,000 seniors every year. One other way in which we're very, very unique is that we have a very talented real estate development group. It's only 3 people, but it's small and mighty. And so we actually do all of our own real estate development, which is quite unusual for not-for-profits. I think the thing that's most important about that for us is that whenever we're doing a new building, we go through a pretty extensive process of talking to our property management staff, of talking to our social services staff, of doing kind of a lessons learned. And we really work hard to make sure that with each building, we're really learning from the previous building and really attempting to up our game, and improve it. So, next slide, please. So, as I think people know, we are here to present on phase 2 of quite a large project. Phase 1 consisted of a very large site on the north side of West 108th Street. Next slide, please. And just to go through some of the history of it, prior to 2009, Wisfish, the site on West 108th Street was identified as to be used for housing as part of an urban renewal plan. Between 2009 and 2011, we worked with the city to develop the concept for the project. We had concept discussions with the city in the early teens. During 2014, 2018, you all were very much part of a very extensive redevelopment and community outreach process. 2017, 2018 was when the ULURP happened. We began construction in 2018, just in time for COVID. Construction was completed in 2021. I always like to tell the story that although legislation was passed that allowed affordable housing to continue during COVID, what that didn't address was the fact that all of our supplies were coming from elsewhere, where even though we could continue construction, we actually couldn't get the supplies that we needed to keep the buildings going. But Finally, in 2021, we can finish construction, and in 2022, the building had achieved 100% occupancy. Next slide, please. So, and you know, I think it's perceived by many, many people to be an enormous success. There's a wonderful picture from the groundbreaking. I'm not the groundbreaking, the ribbon cutting. And one of the aspects about the project that I really like to focus on is that we really worked hard to make sure that the project actually included a lot of community assets. So one of the things that I really love about the project that I think maybe people aren't as aware of is we have a very robust community art program as part of the project with these wonderful paintings throughout the building that are done by El Talo Latino art group. What is much more apparent is the extensive sort of decorative metal work that was done by a local Upper West Side artist. And then as far as sort of amenities that we provide to the community, one of the ones that's many people are aware of is that we provide parking for the Central Park Ambulance Corps. They store 2 of their mini ambulances that they use to respond to calls in Central Park in our building.
Yeah.
We also have quite a large community clinic, which is run by the Institute for Family Health. The clinic is not just for our residents, it is actually for the entire community. Anyone coming who is in need of either free or very low cost health care will be served in the clinic. And then one of the other things that we did was, it was identified that Annabelle Ville's playground right next to us was in desperate need of a comfort station. And so we actually, as part of our building, built into our building a comfort station, which opens up onto the playground. And the very important fact about that is that now that it has a comfort station, parks can now staff the playground. They actually won't staff playgrounds if they don't have a comfort station. So I think that's actually, let's go back one because I forgot one thing. One other important thing was that this is one of these things, it's like such a detail, but it's been really utilized. A very beautiful community room. And we actually made it so that that community room, of course, has doors that open to the inside of the building, but we also have doors that open directly out to the sidewalk. And one of the goals was to make that very much used by the local community and to have that be an amenity for the community. It is regularly used for AA meetings, for NA meetings. There are English as a second language classes that happen regularly there. And then a host of sort of one-off meetings that also happen. Next slide, please. Actually, next slide. And then, go ahead, one more. And then, we're now, actually, let's go back one now, sorry. We just had right on Thanksgiving and into early December, a spate of incredibly positive press in the New York Times that we were very, very excited about. Which it's funny, the history of the story was we were actually approached by the New York Times attorney to do the story that's profiled on the right, which was really comparing the community approvals process for our building with a building in Brooklyn, and the building in Brooklyn was actually stopped, where obviously our building was able to continue through to being constructed. But frankly, through the process of those conversations with the reporter, he was so enamored of the project that he went on to the second article that just profiles the project. That was really nice. And then if many people have seen this, he also did a video. And so there's actually a video that's the translation of one of the articles that you can also get at the New York Times website. And then next slide, please. And this just goes back to the press when we had the ribbon cutting. And I love this headline, affordable housing that elevates everyone, a joyous dedication at West 108th Street. And, it really was a wonderful, wonderful ribbon cutting. And the thing I like to joke about was that, for all these sort of, controversy, particularly around the loss of parking that happened in connection with phase 1. By the time you get the ribbon cutting, you are hard pressed to find anybody that would admit to having opposed the project. And so, the project actually, I think is perceived as having been an enormous success. So, anyway, so as I think many of you know, one of the concessions that we made when we did phase 1 was that we agreed we would not begin phase 2 until 5 years after the construction of phase 1 in order to not take away all the parking at one time. So, so we're now moving on with phase 2. So next slide, please. Okay, so phase 2, this actually shows what was originally on the site. So the site consisted running from west to east, the parking garage, our shelter, which we temporarily relocated while we were building phase 1. It's now come back to the new building, another parking garage, then the playground, and then finally a third parking garage. And so the third parking garage is actually the site for phase 2. Next slide, please. And I am so happy to report the third parking garage is now vacant. It has actually been closed down. I'm gonna forget, what was the local law for the inspections now? Anyway, I can't remember the number now, but, you know, there was the tragedy in the parking garage downtown that resulted in a new local law that required, all parking garages in the city to be inspected. The status of this parking garage was, we don't own it yet. It's still owned by the city and was operated by a third-party operator. It failed those inspections, and because it failed those inspections, the vacating of the parking garage was actually expedited. So I'm very happy about that. So at this point, there is nobody parking in the garage. If you go there, there's a sign saying if your car is, if you had your car here, this is where you can go to pick it up. So that's the status of the parking garage. Very happy to say that. Next slide, please. Okay, so just want to go over sort of what are our goals for phase two. I mean, they're similar to our goals for phase one. We want to create deeply affordable housing for older, low-income New Yorkers. And because, you all are at the housing committee, I think you understand this whole concept of AMI. But one of the things that I always like to point out is people talk about, 30% AMI is serving very low-income people. Our residents often don't come close to 30% AMI. They're on fixed incomes. And, they really can be at 15 to 20% of AMI, so it's very, very low income that we're serving with our buildings. We actually in phase one, the shelter portion of phase one, we achieved almost passive house. The permanent housing we were not able to have the same level of energy efficiency that we could have in the shelter. So one of our goals in the new buildings is to really extend that and have the entire new building, built to passive house standards. And the architects will talk a little bit more about that. And then with everything, because, people who move into our buildings will be there for decades. We're very focused on making sure that these are wonderful homes, that they're not just apartments, but they're generous community spaces and outdoor spaces. And, really that a community can be created as part of the building. Finally, which the architects can also talk about, we're very focused on having this building extend the architectural language that was established in phase one. So there's sort of a unity to, the entire composition. So next phase. Next slide. Okay, and then just the nuts and bolts. So it's 100% affordable housing. Technically, it's for people at 0 to 50% of AMI, but it actually probably the majority of people living there will be below, significantly below 50% of AMI. It consists of 84 studio and 1-bedroom apartments. We are staunch defenders of trying to get as many 1-bedrooms as possible into our buildings because we feel like that's very, very useful for the seniors as they age in place. When they get to a point where we're assisting them in getting a home health care assistant in, they might have medical equipment or whatever. Having a 1-bedroom can make an enormous difference in their quality of life. 40 of the units, as is now typical and was typical in the phase one, are set aside for seniors moving directly from shelters into permanent housing. I think that's something people don't realize that we're working hard to make sure everybody realizes is that the fastest, excluding recent immigrants, because that's sort of a separate group, but among the sort of homeless population in New York City, the fastest growing cohort is actually older New Yorkers. And it has to do with essentially just, the whole demographics of the baby boom as that, huge population mass, moves through. Yes, a portion of that also has to do with, the number of seniors who are actually homeless. Because we are, we'll do all our social services and property management on site. We've really devoted generous space for community activities. And as the architects will show you, we really, if any of you have visited phase one, it has a very beautiful rear yard that we use extensively. And this building will extend that rear yard. It's particularly nice because the building's next to the playground. You really have a continuity of light and air that flows into the backyards of the building. So I think now I'm going to hand over the architects and let them present the actual building.
Thanks, Paul. Maybe we can just stay on that slide for a minute.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So in addition to goals with passive house, another thing that we are embracing is photovoltaics, and we're envisioning a teaching moment on the ground floor with a photovoltaic canopy. The building, as Paul mentioned, has 84 apartment units. Of those 84 units, 22 are studios, so it's a small percentage, but the studios are very generous in terms of their footprint and usability. So that was something that we really focused on for the project, and we'll get into more. And in terms of context, we thought it was important to offer a building that is all brick. There are, it's just brick and glass, and that's it. So in addition to amenity on the ground floor, we've got a nice community room and a rear yard. We also, if we go to the next slide, have a terrace, which is also open to seniors, and actually, the laundry facilities are on that level. So one can, have a moment, outdoors. And this is the south facing, portion of the building. So we really wanted to highlight that amenity.
Yeah, one thing I should have said, like just that kind of goes without saying, but Datner was the architect for phase one and now is also the architect for phase two, just
Yeah.
so.
Very important.
And then I think just going back to the overall context and relating back to phase one, we see these two developments as sort of bookends for the park, and enhancing that park experience, compared to the now derelict, parking garage that's currently sitting on the site. So, that is something that is really important to us. And I'm gonna turn it over to Heather to talk about some of these, passive house, elements.
Sure. So, passive house is a standard that, we are, electing to meet, which requires a really well-built building envelope with the goal of producing a really comfortable and healthy interior and reducing energy usage. So really important in terms of sustainability and, the city's climate goals. But it also creates a really comfortable environment for the seniors who are going to live here. So beyond having high performance windows, which in this building will be triple glazed, we'll have a high level of insulation and a tight building envelope. We'll also have something called an energy recovery ventilator, which means that there is a constant flow of fresh air to all the apartments. So typical construction, you're kind of getting fresh air through leaky windows and leaky walls, but with an ERV, we're exhausting the air. We're actually recirculating the heat energy from your exhaust air and putting it back in, putting the heat energy into the fresh air that's coming into the apartment. So there's this constant fresh air, which now post-pandemic, we all really appreciate high indoor air quality. As Kerzhner mentioned, we're also doing a very large solar array, low flow water, low flow plumbing fixtures. It's an all electric building, except for there is a gas emergency generator, which is required for senior housing. And we are also looking at using healthy building materials from low embodied carbon concrete, which is a larger kind of sustainability goal, but also healthy indoor materials that won't off gas and try to create a lower air quality. So we've talked a little bit about kind of what these indoor spaces are going to look like. On the right here, we have the first floor plan. So you come in, there'll be a nice kind of lounge area. It's kind of similar to phase one, where there's this really great lobby, and if you go by the building, you'll see the residents kind of hanging out there. So creating another kind of lounge space where people can kind of look out and watch what's going on 108th Street. Going, back through the building, there's this really generous community room for the residents who live here, that Wishfish will be programming with, activities and events, and there's kind of lots of stuff that goes on in the phase one building, and they'll be kind of sharing of these community spaces between the two phases. And then there's also a social services suite. So all of those services can be provided here. And again, there could be some sharing between phase one and phase two, but there's all the services that they need right here in this building. And then at the front of the building, there's a management office and a shared meeting room for the management and social services. And then at the back of the building, our rear yard, which we're really trying to kind of mirror the very successful rear yard from the phase one building, with seating areas and just nice landscaping to kind of enhance that natural environment.
It's the same landscape architect from phase one is also doing these.
On the left, you can see our 11th and 12th floor, which is actually our setback floor. But you can see our kind of typical units, and we've really tried to focus on getting as many one bedrooms as possible, you know, kind of in this response to knowing that people really appreciate having some of that, you know, private space when they have home health aide, and they're more likely to have a home health or be more welcoming to having a home health aide in their personal space. As Catherine mentioned, we have the laundry room on the 11th floor. So you go up to do your load of laundry while you're waiting for the wash to go through. You can come right out onto that terrace and look out over West 108th Street. So just providing another outdoor amenity for the people who live in the building.
Nice.
And then the next is the units themselves. So the our typical one bedrooms, you know, really trying to create a nice separation between the living space and the bedroom space, lots of storage. And those are all facing the street or the rear yard. And what we've done is that we put all the studios against the wall that faces the park. And we've incorporated an additional window that's not required, but allows for more light and fresh air to come in and just opens up those studio apartments so they feel a little more spacious. Another thing we did, which is a little atypical, is we created this kind of dining niche at the front of the apartment. So even if you're in a studio apartment, if you have a home health aide and they're doing paperwork or they're counting out your medication, they can go sit at the table at the front. They don't need to be like sitting on your bed while they're doing their whatever they're doing. So again, just trying to create a little bit more kind of private space for the person who lives here.
And just, this is how geeky Westfish is. This is our first building where we've had studios with this dining nook. We're really excited about it. I mean, it's, you know, typically you would flip it over and kind of use it to enlarge the living room space. But the trade-off for our residents of having actually a separate private place for aides. Frankly, the other thing that's happening is a lot of residents these days have motorized, you know, scooters, and have a larger place where they can park it once they come inside the unit is also very useful. So we're really excited about this. We think this is going to be very good for our residents.
Do the apartments all come fully furnished?
The studios do, the ones that are for formerly homeless people do. The, you know, because they obviously arrive with very few possessions. The ones that are just for seniors do not. The law continues.
My question, how many watts total photovoltaics the building have?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
We otherwise having questions. Typically, what we try to do is to provide enough energy for the corridors and the there's also a generator, but there will be power that we can
Thanks.
This is just a selection of photos from the previous building.
Actually, it's phase one. This
Yeah.
is specifically phase one.
So just kind of showing that these really nice spaces for people to live in.
And this is an example. The furniture in this picture is the furniture that we provide for the seniors coming out of the shelters.
And here is that rear yard, the variety of seasonal planting that'll, you know, have all different kind of colors through the seasons and bring different kind of life to the rear yard at different times of year and different seating areas, so people can kind of have a moment to themselves in a small group or a larger group. What's the depth of the rear yard? It's 30 feet.
So is that question down there?
Partially answered, because that slide came up. And also in terms of, are the planted spaces also can be used for the residents as well? Or is it
Like a teaching garden?
not a teaching thing, but people like, you know, in retirement, they like their colander and sweet pea and whatever. And it would, you know, not just flowers, but because it keeps people busy. They can, my family's from the south, so they have to be busy all the time. So, but it is true that if you put somebody, you know, in front of a flower pot, conversations start and things like that. So I hope there's a little bit of flexibility, not just to make the architecture zing. I think the planning is superb, but to give the opportunity to some of the people who will live there, some recreation and some way to meet each other.
Yeah.
You know?
No, we completely agree with that. We've actually started garden clubs in a number of our buildings.
Cool. Got
Yeah,
my number.
We have gardening happening at phase 1 on the terrace.
Yeah.
Right now.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
I mean, that would be a likely place where we put it. We would put actually raised planters, which are easier for the people to access. And it'd be up on the terrace would be a very likely place for it.
I have a couple of questions, but just on this, it looks like you've got a hardscape surface or two-thirds to the left there, and in another committee, we've talked about this all the time, wanting to have permeable surfaces so that however those pavers are connected, there's natural drainage. But my other questions are the windows, given the tight, intentionally tight building envelope, are the windows in the units openable by the residents? Yes. How does that affect the, I've now forgotten the term, but the
passive house.
passive house?
Yeah, people ask this question a lot with passive house. You certainly are welcome to open your windows at any time. A little bit of it is education, but of course, on a beautiful day, you want to open your windows and kind of feel a breeze. And that's great. What you don't want is someone to open their windows when it's 30 degrees out or 100 degrees out. And so there's a little bit of education that, you know, goes along with it to keep the building really efficient, but having the window open is not an issue on a nice day.
My other question, but the only other one right now, is it either impractical or not in the design intent to have laundry facilities within the apartments, some of the apartments?
It's not really practical in terms of sort of I mean, we're trying to maximize the number of units and sort of literally every square inch is sort of important. It's funny, we actually find that the shared laundry facilities, kind of similar to what was being said about planting, become a real socialization.
Yes.
skill. So it's actually,
That's true.
Yeah, sure.
Certainly true in my building.
I'm very excited with the passive house. I'm wondering, do you guys pay for cooling now?
In the phase 1, we don't pay for, I mean, we pay for cooling in the shelter portion, which is why that it was more easily adoptable to phase 2 to passive house. In the independent one, no, it's through the wall units, I'm sorry to say, which is on the tenant's electricity.
In this phase, would it be included because of the higher standards, or it's still on tenants?
I think
In this phase, so now the city is sort of slowly figuring out how to work with these new sustainable models. So the folks in this building this is going to be a project being Section 8 project. So the utility allowance will be sized for a building that meets these standards for a 100% electric building. And so heating and cooling will be included in that calculation. But the great thing about passive house is that it to decrease the cost of cooling for the residents and the utility allowance that is going out. So it should provide a little bit more money for the senior residents to have in their pocket.
I will say our finance team is incredibly happy with the utility performance of the shelter. They sort of joke about it, that it's really working. The utility bills are really low for the shelter in phase 1.
Glad to hear that.
No, I mean, that's so exciting for passive house to be able to have affordable cooling for seniors.
Is it heat pumps or?
Is it what? I'm sorry.
It's a VRF system in phase 1.
Oh, okay.
And actually, I think we forgot to mention that actually the phase 2 project One, a competitive funding award from HPD. They've started this new future housing initiative funding program that's sort of similar to the state's Buildings of Excellence program, which another one of our Free Arts project, but I some of you are familiar with on 8th Street one. So this project receives funding that will help us pay for some of the additional costs associated with building out a passive house project. Those are slightly more expensive, the additional insulation. And then actually the city and the state will be collecting data on our project for the next 10 years or so. And track and sort of tracking all of these new more efficient buildings that are being financed.
Yes, so we're going between the shelter and the affordable housing part. So for the shelter part, when you're talking about formerly unhoused people, are they staying, is the idea to get them into other permanent housing or for them to stay in this permanent housing?
Right, so just to be super clear, in case I wasn't clear, phase 2 has no shelter component.
Sorry, no, I meant for just
Yeah,
phase
so
1,
phase
yeah.
1 has a shelter component, which is called Valley Lodge.
Right.
It's the only shelter that Worcester operates. It's a shelter that's specifically for older New Yorkers. It's one of the only shelters like that in New York City. We would love it if everyone coming out of Valley Lodge could move into Worcester housing, but the rate with which people move through Valley Lodge is faster than the rate with which vacancies occur in our housing. So as much as possible, we move them into not just 100 Street, but all Worcester housing. But if, when they're ready for permanent housing, we typically place them into supportive housing, often run by other not-for-profits.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask, what are the dimensions of the rooms in the studios and the 1 bedrooms?
Let me go back to at the end here, yeah.
Or the total square feet.
You know the total square feet.
Yeah, the studios average around 360 square feet, and the 1 beds average around 500 square feet.
Thank you.
Beverly?
Very impressive. And I think it's a great addition to the area. I did have one question about phase 1. It's my understanding that the Institute for Family Health is not yet fully occupied and that they have not yet moved from their 94th and Amsterdam site. Is there some work there that is not yet complete, or what is the reason for that not being fully completed?
Yeah, no, it's very, very disappointing for us as well. The way that it works with the Department of Health is they cannot begin their fit out until the whole building has TCO. So there's this crazy thing that instead of them fitting out their space while we're building our space, it all could happen very quickly. It actually has to happen consecutively. We finish our building, we get our TCO, and then they can start the work on their space, which is just crazy. Wow. And so they got, they finished out their space and ran into issues with the fire department. And so they've actually now had to go back and make some changes in terms of the fire alarm system and things specifically for their clinic space. Frankly, to be honest, it's very frustrating for us as well. They are operating actually a small satellite clinic for the shelter because it's a very important component. So they've got that going, but the larger clinic, which can serve the whole community, we're really, really hopeful, can open hopefully any day. It's sort of at that point. No, it's been very, very frustrating for us as well.
This is a structural problem at the New York City Department of Buildings.
Well, I feel it's a problem also with the Department of Health.
Yeah.
That they literally won't begin to consider anything unless it's moving into a building that already has a TCO.
Does your program, it seems a bit tumbly, with wanting to go ahead and do the complete building, but you're hampered by, from what I just heard, having to finish everything. And that just doesn't happen in the real world. Is there any things that we can do as a community board to say that we would love to get the occupants in as quickly as we can, even if it means to double up whatever the construction is, because it seems silly to have this group as an architect the last thing you want to do is have them move off the site and start all over again.
Mhm.
So, I know I'm not allowed to do this, but I'll say it anyway. I'd write a letter to say this is a very promising, project, and it deserves all the attention and speed, for our neighborhood. End of story.
No, we actually intentionally began about a decade ago, a co-location strategy with not-for-profit healthcare providers, because our social workers actually spend more time helping our residents manage their health than any other thing.
Right.
So we're not medical providers. We don't want to be medical providers, but we formed several strategic relationships with medical providers. And it's incredibly frustrating for us. I mean, we very much want to have, it's the other two buildings where we have, clinics up and operating on the site. It's fantastic. And I'm convinced, we are at this point, hopefully just a couple months away, but it's very frustrating for us.
Couple of months doesn't sound bad.
That's my
can
hope.
believe it.
That is my hope, but we were hearing a couple of months last spring as well, but I think we really are.
Exactly.
And that clinic will also serve this phase two.
Yeah, and it's for the whole community. I mean, it's not just for our residents, it's for anyone, and it's not just seniors, it's families, it's anyone who needs medical care. And it's a beautiful space. It's a nice clinic.
Question, which reminds me about phase one. Phase one had the ability to feed residents of both sides of phase one. Is there any tie-in to offering the same kind of support to the residents of phase two?
I mean, we would love to be able, what we do currently is, the shelter portion of phase one prepares 3 meals a day, for the shelter residents. We also have a program where they will prepare meals for residents in the permanent housing who we feel are at risk of nutrition abuse. And those are actually prepared in the kitchen. It's a very beautiful big kitchen. And I could easily imagine, we run 2 senior centers on the West Side, the Douglas Center and then the Red Oak Center.
Yeah.
We actually prepare the meals for the Douglas Center at the Red Oak Center and then deliver them 2 blocks away. So the idea that we could have a program that would prepare meals in phase one and bring it over to phase two is, I think it's very reasonable.
Yeah, the capacity is there.
It's there and it's something it's the kind of.
Finances are maybe a different issue.
I mean, once you've got the kitchen up and operating, yes.
It's not a question, but seeing this, if I may, I remember the community board meetings to begin with for this project and when the community came and raged at the community board that we are doing away with their garages and that the city is. I remember those meetings middle class drivers, upper middle class saying they needed the cars for their work and were against all of this. And it was really pretty crazy and tough in many, many ways. A second thing, which is just a minor thing, you mentioned Red Oak. There was a whole period of time when the community board could have some meetings and Red Oak would host a
We did not get
community
hosted
board
on 108th
meeting.
Street too. That room I talked about where you
Right,
contract on the
because
side.
I'm just wondering, because given the difficulty that not-for-profits where the community board has to rent, that they have a lot of trouble now. I'm just invoking again for also the staff that perhaps Red Oak, which was a quite wonderful place.
And
For
still
some
is quite
time.
wonderful.
I know. So just lastly, seeing this and which I think is under any standards, criteria and circumstances, this is an extraordinary project and extraordinary result over, what is it, 15 years? I'm not sure. But having been there and I did some work for Wistfish with the and for the community board at the time, but this is just does the heart good. And I hope that we on the community board now in a very different world and the district being very different, I hope that we can emulate and redo some of the battles, but also some of the good things to get results, over many years, but really good. And I'm echoing that and hoping for that.
your timeframe may be right, because I remember meeting with Melissa Mark Burrito when this was.
Not, yet, well, okay, 2 seconds. The fact that you bring up Melissa Margarito, she yelled at me, she just said, "You're taking away our lives," and I said, what did you say? And I thought, what's happening here? And it seemed extraordinary.
This was, oh my God, they've been softened a little.
Remember many people who came before us, and some of them had very poignant arguments about
Right.
why they needed to park, but
Yes.
in any event, my real question is your community room bigger than this one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
what do you think? It's a better shape. It's not so, you know, it's more of a straight rectangle.
Great suggestion, rare circumstances. When is your last seating for dinner?
You know, they eat early. They actually, they eat at like 5 or 5:30.
There is that second entrance towards the east.
But you know,
end.
what's funny, what we found is the dining room gets used all the time, not just
Okay.
during meals. People are in there all the time. And in fact, we have a big TV in there now, and Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy, all the early evening shows, you know, draw a very large crowd.
Okay,
So-
just thought I'd ask.
so-
When are you shooting for completion? Is it 2027 sometime?
Here we go.
That was a fantastic transition to the slide, actually.
Yes.
So the garage ceased its operations last month, which was very exciting. And we're still working out the demo plans, but once we get the okay from HPD on that, that'll take between 2 and 4 months. And then we'll begin the 24-month construction period after that.
Is there an issue with hazardous materials in the garage that?
So what year just
Challenge.
the 2020?
No, we don't think so. We did testing in the first garage,
Mhm.
and we'll do some testing here, but, you know, there are very strict controls over how demolition.
This,
is to be
I think this was actually in the original EIS.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was in the original, yeah, that's for sure.
So, yeah, we're coordinating the timeline for this with HPD, some of the additional, you know, very sought after funding sources are competitive, so part of the timing will be determined by HPD's timing for starting the competitive process for the low-income housing tax credits, so we're waiting on that, and that timeline in particular will really determine a lot of our overall timing.
Okay.
And then just to say what this project, I'm incredibly happy to say, not only am I happy to say the garage is empty, but this project is absolutely as of right. We fit nicely within the envelope that was approved, in the ULURP for, phase one. The ULURP for phase one also included phase two. Just to be clear, because there could be some confusion, we are completely within the FAR allowances. During phase one, we were asked to provide a sort of, what I want to say, kind of a schematic sense of what phase two could be. We actually showed an 11-story building. This building, the setback actually rises up to 12 stories. So were you to look at that, this is in fact 1 story taller, but it still is within the FAR allowances of, so just to be very clear about that. It was the FAR that governed us, not this, schematic sketch that we produced.
Unfortunately, we're leaving some FAR on the table. We could actually go up to 14 stories, but there are some significant additional costs that come up when you go up that much taller. There are site construction costs and site safety costs. So we're really trying to squeeze as many comfortable apartments as possible in the most economical way that we could on what's a pretty tight site. We didn't show you a picture of what our cellar looks like because it's not that interesting, except that we're not excavating the whole cellar because there's some rock in this area and we're just trying to save money wherever we can. So limiting how much we're digging down is also another way that we're saving costs here. So our those sort of ghost doors that you see on the street level, behind there is actually our garbage and sanitation area, which normally would be in the cellar, but we've brought it up to the ground floor level because we're trying to save on excavation costs.
And so anyway, so what we're here asking, we don't, it's as of right, but as I'm sure all of you are aware, the competition for low-income housing tax credits is fierce. And so it will be going into the city for the low-income housing tax credit application. And we've been told by HPD that a strong letter of support from the community board, is very helpful in terms of getting an allocation of low-income housing tax credits.
Yeah, and actually, sorry, just to be clear, so HPD has asked us to obtain a letter of support sort of in general for this project, but then also having support for our low-income housing tax credit application, it will also be very helpful to us.
So we typically we'll do a resolution if we vote in support, right? I guess that we will.
But based upon what Roberta said, if this is consistent with our district needs statement, which it seems to be, we would not need a resolution for the full board. We could do
I
it
mean,
without that.
It is true that we have a resolution on the books for the UR, as you
Yes,
suggested.
that's true too.
But I think they've specifically requested support for this phase 2 of the project.
Oh, yes, no, I mean, but we could do that without a full board resolution, I think, because it is consistent with our prior resolutions and with our district.
So why
needs
wouldn't-
statement.
Well,
Yeah, we can do it.
this project was actually specifically listed several years ago in our district needs statement.
Yes. So we,
Probably not.
Specifics here too.
yeah, how about I propose that we vote on a resolution that supports this phase 2 project in its particulars.
Yeah.
Yes,
And the tax credit.
Well, so my question is, we can, given that we have these approvals and soon to have this new resolution, we could write you a letter if you give us some specifics on what would be helpful.
Yes,
We would
that's-
be more than happy to give
Mhm.
us that.
seems like that's a good way to do it, and it simplifies.
Yes, we can
And also,
separate.
don't get into, do it that way at this stage and make it happen that way with the district. It's simple and good.
What do we need, letter?
I don't think it makes sense to try to get this before the holidays, so I think if you will reach out we may be able to send you a draft for the holidays, and then we can be in touch in January.
Perfect.
Yeah, get it in January, because you don't want to keep going as, the mayor may become a Republican or something. So, yes, just.
So we have our full board meeting, I forget the date, January
The 7th.
7th, thank you. So this will be fully ratified by then.
Great,
And
thank you so much.
yeah, and then we can get you the letter whenever. Okay, shall we vote? Any other
Yeah.
questions, or shall we,
Please vote.
someone make a motion maybe?
I move that we vote.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, committee members only, which I think is everyone. One, two.
I'm ineligible.
9, 10.
A little conflicted
I
then.
think that's,
And thank you for an extraordinary project.
Oh,
yes.
thank you, yeah. And it was
Truly
very,
extraordinary.
with the presentation.
Any
very
opposed?
Informative.
Abstaining? Ineligible.
I have to declare.
Wait, that's separate than abstain.
Oh, suspicion.
That's the last one, 10-0-0-1.
Yeah.
Yeah. 10-0-0-1. Oh, I didn't get, is Richard still there?
Richard's on, right?
He's not here.
Dropped.
Is he on?
Okay, well, you can get back to him.
Yeah, I think you emailed it, yeah.
Shelley, are
These
you,
new elections.
are you
I
ineligible?
think the voting.
Did you declare?
Yes, yes.
Actually, yeah,
Sorry,
we
sorry.
have it later. We had a long talk about
Just,
this.
Okay, great.
he's the
Perfect,
chair.
thank you so much.
I saw your lovely photo and.
Oh, that's only for board, that's only for election.
That elevation is the correct one, correct? Because there's one that just shows slots.
That's the park facing.
Sorry?
Oh, that's, yeah, if we go, yeah, the 3D view, I think is the one that you're asking about.
Right, this is, I just want to make
That's
sure,
the street elevation.
that's the correct
Yeah.
elevation.
And then the side view, which is the, going back,
Okay,
That's,
that's facing the park. That's facing the park, so.
okay, that's not the real elevation.
No, it is.
The park comes up high.
Yeah,
This is
the
the
park
park.
is higher than our building. Actually, if you go to that, the next slide. The street slopes. Quite dramatically. So the
I'm
park
saying-
is higher than.
You,
we
you
are.
have,
Oh,
in this one, you have horizontals that break the frames up.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, that was,
Yeah.
yeah, so it does, do some of what the other one does.
Yeah.
Is this school, is this right across from Booker T?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're already in contact with the principal, who we know extremely well, and so we're already.
No, I wasn't asking for any concerning reasons. I just know the area really well. Lovely.
We're really glad that they finally finished their own construction project.
yeah,
and
I got rid of
their
the boiler.
boiler is no longer.
Right.
Repeat there, so that.
Yeah,
As a Booker T parent, and my wife is on the board, it's not Booker T's project. It is the SCA's project.
Right,
And the problem is they have a new fence for a new project, which is directly opposite this project.
Mm.
If you haven't been up there lately, you've been up there.
I was up there just a couple days ago,
Okay, let's move it.
Okay. Sorry.
They're not giving you a break.
Thank you for a wonderful
Thank you very much.
presentation.
Yes.
I'm gonna give this back for your record.
Well, that too, and that is Simon Bridge.
You have been doing sharing.
It's gonna be there for another 5 years.
If that doesn't work.
Can you make her the?
I logged in as my.
10 years. Sorry?
I know.
Take it over by state. Yeah, we'll put the-
Do you wanna make her?
And if it doesn't work, I have.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Can we allow Deborah to share?
Oh, yeah.
Your screen? Oh, it is.
Is it not?
No,
That's what we need to like have,
I don't have that option. I just have Q and A raise hand.
Oh, see, like.
Because I didn't get like an official.
Try here, look, see that.
What is the next time?
There you go.
City for all.
I'm sorry.
City for all. Okay,
But they couldn't just keep the name.
I know. Just makes it extra confusing.
Well, they added affordable housing, so.
Yeah.
No, I just meant like that they couldn't just keep the name consistent between the, kicking it around between. Sorry?
What do we have to?
Oh, no, I'm just saying like just the idea.
that's why I think they added the name,
because they were like, it's
Yeah, we just voted on the.
Right, but like,
Western
just so
Reserve.
silly.
Yeah, okay, good.
Because then you can't use. Like,
Deborah, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name is Deborah Kerzhner. I'm an attorney with the City Council's Planning and Land Use Division. I thought it's a little helpful just to explain what Planning and Land Use Division is, and I'm here with Caitlin, another member of our division. You might not realize it, but the City Council has an entire staff dedicated to land use issues of about 20 people. It includes planners and attorneys, and we've spent a lot of time with this proposal. I'm going to refer to it as zoning for housing opportunity. That's what we called it internally, which I think I'm saying that because I think other people don't necessarily refer to it as that. And the purpose of this presentation is really, there was a request to explain more about what actually the end product was. My understanding is this committee last looked at it in the summer, and a lot of changes have happened since then, both in the City Planning Commission and through the council, and it's to just answer some questions, provide an overview of what is it now, and also, because you're the community board, explain what is your role moving forward. I think there's a misconception out there that this takes away a lot of community board power and input. It really doesn't do that, and to the extent that there were changes to community board input, we put them back in a lot of places. So that's what I hope to focus on tonight with Caitlin's help. I'm first going to focus on affordability because I think that was a big question of this committee. I'm going to focus on those things that are applicable to high density, specifically the Upper West Side. But I also do have slides available about low density, and we'll touch on it a little bit because it is a citywide proposal and you might be curious how it impacted the entire city. I also know that there'll be a lot of questions. It's very complex. So I'll be pausing at the end of each section for questions. Okay, does that make sense?
Before you start, we're hearing, many of us have heard bits and pieces, but can you leave behind a copy of what you're going to explain to us? So
Okay,
that,
I'll speak about
if
how
possible.
much
Okay.
we're sharing this. I did share some other material that we've made for the public, and we'll be in touch
it
about.
just helps,
what we can share.
through, later on.
Okay.
Deliberations. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I have a question about like timeline. Will you be speaking on the timeline for implementation and when these changes?
Yeah, so it actually got signed into law today.
I know that, but like
Is
what
what?
certain.
It got signed into law today.
Yes,
So it, I think most of it takes, impact immediately. For example, there's projects that have been coming in that are under, ULURP review. They would be subject to the new zoning. And we've been getting tables comparing the old zoning to the new zoning where there is a change.
Okay, that's
So-
what I was wondering.
so thanks, Vera. Is this accurate? I know it was passed today, and I've been trying to read online every version of it. So are you, the city council, and promulgate that the final text, because after all, it's hundreds of pages, and it's the biggest zoning in 60 years since the 1962 zoning. So I assume that the community boards will be receiving the final product from, as passed by the city council and signed by the mayor in December.
It's already available online. So the city council has something called Legistar, which is where we put all of our bills that we passed. And I believe I perhaps sent a copy to that. If not, I will forward it. The day that it was passed, the text was there. It's about 1,400 pages when
Yes.
you look at both of
Unbelievable.
what is added and what is subtracted. It's not yet on the city zoning's website because they haven't just uploaded it yet, but there is a sign there saying it's coming. So the text of what we changed is already available and I can reform it, resend it. But it is 1,400 pages and it's hard to
course.
digest. I also sent a chart that is about 8 pages long, which is also available on the city council's website,
Yes,
which
that's everywhere.
summarizes it. which
Is
I
that,
can
I'm
send.
sorry if I didn't see that.
Yeah, that was in the email.
So we
Yeah,
did a
okay,
lot to
okay, then I
try
will now. I
and
haven't-
digest
Yes,
it.
the one-
Thank you.
So we'll start,
I
okay.
just want to ask,
So for the city of Yes, so maybe we'll take a step back and talk about the city of Yes, which was a proposal by the Department of City Planning, and it had 3 components, one with more environmental, to make the city more environmentally friendly. The second one was the zoning for economic opportunity, which had to do with commercial uses. And the third was for housing opportunity, which is why we call this zoning for housing opportunity, which dealt with housing. So there was 3 separate ULURP actions to try and break it more down. Because it, as you noted, it was the largest set of zoning actions. I think even the housing by itself would have been the largest
That's
zoning
right.
action. So I think it was breaking it down to make it more digestible. Okay, so I've put here a map of the Upper West Side. And just to kind of orient everybody, so we're on the same page. I know the people in this room are pretty familiar with zoning, but I don't know if anybody's joining for online or if this gets recorded, so I'm gonna just start with the basics. We have high density zoning on the Upper West Side. We have everything from R7 and R9, which are a little bit lower on the side streets, and R10 and R10A equivalents in some of the more denser areas. Generally, the higher the number, the higher the density. On this picture, you'll also see red, which is a commercial overlay. So those are where the commercial areas are. Okay, so when I talk about high density, that's, and this is the kind of zoning that we have currently. Okay, I'm gonna start, as I said, with affordability. I wanted to start any conversation we have about what did the zoning for housing opportunity do compared to what the situation is now. The city, a while ago implemented what it calls inclusionary housing, which is the idea that if you have a new building, certain bonuses for increased density will be given in exchange for the provision of affordable housing. The first iteration of this program was voluntary inclusionary housing, which was you have a choice to get more FAR if you choose to provide some affordability along with the market rate. And the second place was mandatory inclusionary housing, which made this affordable housing mandatory. But as you see on this map, the one, I think, limiting factor of this program was it only existed where it was mapped. When you get a ULURP action that was increasing the density, that's when it would get mapped. So if you see this big map of the Upper West Side, only those areas dotted in orange and red
are the areas where there was, any kind of incentive or requirement for this affordability program. It's very limited. What zoning for housing opportunity did was say every single high density area is now gonna have this bonus. So if we go back to that, think back to that map I showed a second ago, it would be all of it would have this kind of dotted line that you can think about. So I just want to put it in perspective that now we have a program that every new building on the Upper West Side has a potential for an FAR increase in exchange for affordable housing. And also to understand that this affordable housing that's being provided is on a 1-to-1 ratio. Yes,
Excuse me.
I'll go back to the map.
Okay, wasn't it true though, that before inclusionary housing was available throughout the entire district, it was voluntary?
No, it's only in those places that are
No,
dotted in.
before, those are mandatory, right?
No, so the mandatory one is the really red one at the top. That's the only one that I see on the Upper West Side when I looked at the data set. And it's, the voluntary was only in those orange places. So that was the situation that there was
Even though it would be new housing?
new housing,
They-
unless it was in these mapped areas, was not getting that program.
Are you sure? I'm sorry to say that.
In our rezoning,
Yeah,
Upper West Side rezoning, we got that R9, which didn't exist before. But I thought that the 10 below 96th Street was always available for inclusionary housing.
Our R10 has a different program as well. So
Yes,
there's
and
an
that's all
R10.
in Broadway.
But I mean, we could go back to the R10. I'm saying like,
Mhm.
the R10 is very limited there on the bottom. The majority of the Upper West Side is not
Mhm.
R10. So there is an affordability R10 program, but I'm saying the majority of the Upper West Side did not have this program. So I would like to.
Can we just hold questions until the end
Okay,
of the
yeah.
sections?
So now I'm going to explain what is this, it's called universal affordability preference. And it was the main change for density and high density areas. This was a model that we had created by an architectural firm. It shows a sample site in Midtown. On the leftmost, you see a current condition of like what that area looks like today. The blue shows what they could build as of right prior to the passing of zoning for housing opportunity. That's how much FAR they had. On the right would be the 20% bump that they get for affordable housing. So any extra FAR they would get over and above the as of right FAR would have to be 100% affordable at the rate of 60% AMI. So it's a 1-for-1 ratio. Some of the other programs were like a 3-to-1 ratio or a 2-to-1 ratio. For every extra 2 FAR you get, you'd have to provide 1 affordable. There's no freebies, if that makes sense. Every extra square foot you're getting above what you could have built 6 months ago would have to be permanently affordable. Okay, I'm gonna go into that a little bit more. This next slide talks about what modifications the council made. We recognized that 60% AMI is not affordable for many families. So for large developments, projects with a minimum of 10,000 square feet of floor area, a percentage of the affordable units would be at 40% AMI. And I know you guys are pretty familiar with AMIs, but it just for, again, if anybody's watching, for a family of 4, the difference between 60 and 40% is 93,000 versus 62,000. And just to clarify, the 60% AMI was with 3 bands. So you'd probably have some at 40, some at 60, some at 80. It was an average of 3 bands is how the program was. So that's the affordability program. And so just to reiterate, the modification the city made was to require a certain percentage at 40% AMI. Okay, I also got another question about how likely it is that we're going to see any affordability. A lot of community groups have pointed out that the affordability is optional. It's not mandatory, like mandatory inclusionary housing. It's just an option that all
Right.
buildings have. And really what is going to be the driver of making this work is the fact that the state recently passed 485X, which is a tax incentive very similar to 421A.
Right.
The programs are a little bit different, and it's interesting to see how they're different. The biggest difference is that 485X has a lot of, gives a tax benefit for 80% AMI, but the program instituted by the Zoning for Housing Opportunity pushes those AMIs lower to 60% AMI with the 40% ban on the larger projects. So when they're coupled together, the tax benefit and the zoning incentive, we're gonna probably see 60% AMIs. And another difference is what percentage of the building's affordable. So if people are entering into both programs, they're gonna have to do and it's a large or a very large development, they'll have 25% of the building at affordable. So the programs, when used together, kind of amplify each other to create deeper, broader affordability. It makes it much more cost effective for the developer to say, oh, I get to use my full market rate, then I provide some additional affordable and I get a tax benefit. Together, there's a synergy.
Can I just ask, since 421A was the broad, important tax incentive for all these years, that was done away with, and 480, please, and correct me as I'm saying the next 3 or 4 sentences. 485X is the new tax incentive,
Yeah.
correct?
So you can just forget 421 in your head.
Got it. And so the way you have described 485X, as I see it here, that the city in creating 485X, which I have to understand.
The state.
I beg your pardon. Yes, the state, that this is hoped for and viewed as an incentive for developers to provide affordable housing because of supposedly the benefits of 485X that they will have, among others.
It
Am I
allows
correct?
it to be cost effective to provide affordable units by providing a tax incentive. And I think the state and the city were in conversations, to try and get a program that would work together and maps well with each other.
Right.
So the city went deeper with its affordability, because it was really committed to creating something that was actually affordable. But this just, when we're thinking about the projects, I think most developers will be taking advantage of both of these programs. If they take advantage of one, it would probably make the most sense. That's what the theory is.
Quick question.
Wait, could we hold questions
Oh,
until?
okay.
There's gonna be so
Okay,
much.
I'll come back to this.
Section.
There are sections.
So the first section is the longest section. This is a little bit tangential, but I want to talk about it here in affordability because this is going to be a question that comes up, especially on the Upper West Side. Prior to ZHO, we only had up to R10. The state removed the restriction on having higher than an FAR of 12. So that was actually another way that a state change in law kind of played in tandem with the city change. So previously there was a cap. The city didn't even have the choice of making an FAR higher than 12 residential. Now that the state removed it, what the zoning for housing opportunity did was just create the idea of an R11 and an R12. It was nowhere implemented, it just exists. In order for an R10 or R12 to ever exist, it would need to be mapped. In order to be mapped, that would require ULURP. So this kind of goes into that question of what is the role of a community board moving forward? There cannot be an R11 or an R12 without the ULURP process, like mapped and existing. The second thing to realize is I've just spoken a lot about UAP and how it compares to MIH. Mandatory inclusionary housing still exists as an idea and as a requirement under this new law. So if you have a change and you're mapping to an R11 or an R12, mandatory inclusionary housing will apply. So all of these R11s and R12s will have that program in place. and mandatory inclusionary housing and the different options and the different affordabilities still exist. Okay?
And.
Okay, so then, to make it even more confusing, there was also some changes made to mandatory inclusionary housing that's important for a community board to know. So I'm just gonna take a step back and remind everybody that mandatory inclusionary housing had 4 different options with different kind of toggles of what percentage of the building was going to be affordable and at what affordability level. So some of them were 60% AMI and 25% of the building, or 115% of AMI for 30% of the building. There was one option called deep affordability, which is that 20% option. And at the deeper AMI, and it used to be before this zoning change, that if the final resolution had a deep affordability option, it would need to be mapped along with 1 or 2. So you couldn't force the developer to have a deep affordability option. They'd have to have a choice between the deep affordability and another choice. The change that zoning for housing opportunity made is now you can have deep affordability as a standalone option. That means the final resolution approving the ULURP would say deep affordability is the only choice that you have. And previously, they didn't have the flexibility to say this is your only option. Okay, let me see if that's end of the substantive part of affordability. One last note, that universal affordability preference both increased FAR and the heights. In most of the cases, the height increase was very modest. In R6, R7-1, and R8A, it was a little bit higher. So the city council modified it to not allow such increased heights. So we capped the heights for UAP in those districts. In the other areas, the height changes for UAP were not out of line and out of context, so we didn't make a change there. Okay, so that's very technical, but this is the end of this section, so now I can take questions on the second.
Okay, I think page.
Well, I've
Oh,
got
sorry, Tibita.
now
Go ahead.
2.
I can go back
first.
and.
Nope, go.
So
I'll do
as
my-
far as the mapping for R11 and R12, what's the process for that?
It would go through ULURP, so a developer or the city or whoever wants to bring a zoning action, just like the kind of zoning actions you get now.
Yeah.
Will come and say, they usually say, oh, I'm an R6 and I would like to become an R8. They might say something like, I'm an R10 and now I'd like to become an R11.
Yeah.
It would be clear that that was what they were trying to be mapped as.
Yeah. But then also, I mean, the city, through the ULURP process, anyone could say, city council could say, we're only gonna approve it if you become R11, right? We can also go the opposite way, right?
You say
Theoretically.
like push them to go higher, like as a
Yeah.
modification? Generally, modifications have to be in scope. So scope means what's the ground situation right now? What's
Yeah.
the current zoning? What are they asking for? Changes to the proposal have to be in between those. So if somebody's saying, I'd like to become an R8, you can't say you need to become an R11. The it has to be within the proposal. If somebody says, I'd like to be an R12 and they're currently an R10, you could say R11.
Okay.
Or you could say, status quo, but it has to be in between it. You can't take somebody below their current zoning in a rezoning. It's in between those 2 bounds.
Okay, go ahead.
Louisa, go ahead.
Page was first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Quickly, how does the new modifications impact historic buildings?
Historic districts are still subject to those rules of the historic.
So anybody that comes before our group and wants to change, they have to ante up and give a full explanation as why they think something should be changed or enlarged. There's a lot, I live on the Upper West Side.
There are a lot of historic, and I have a slide on the historic districts.
Oh, good.
Because there was a change made to the
They made a
landmark
big
law,
change.
which
I know.
I will address.
I just want to know.
But they're still historic districts. They still have those.
So it has to go through the same process as
We
it does
didn't alter
today.
that process.
Okay,
Okay.
because there's a lot of rumors
Louisa.
out there. Thank you.
I mean,
Okay.
you were gonna ask.
Right. But I want to make clear that the city planning could also remap areas as MIH. In other words, areas rather than spot zoning that somebody
Yes.
wants to do.
But it
either-
would still go through a Euler. That's my point
City
is,
planning always goes through you.
yes, my point is that any changes to, the city map has to go through ULURP. So there's not gonna be, even if city planning wants R11 or R12, it would go through ULURP.
Yes.
I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, in at least some of your slides are showing chunks in one part of the building of affordable housing and.
Oh, yeah, the
and
chunks.
markets. So my question relates to, maybe we can find one of the chunks.
That's not a chunk.
Although, by the way, this one seemed to be inconsistent because it's showing another 5 or 6 stories.
Right.
Added.
Oh, so I think the 5 or 6 stories has to perhaps do with other factors. I wasn't involved in the mapping of this, but it is the appropriate percentage of the floor area. The actual affordable units, just like MIH, will be distributed uniformly throughout the
That's
building.
getting to my
There's
question,
uniformity
because
requirements.
the graphs, which, or the charts look sort of like bar graphs that show a chunk of
Yeah.
affordable housing at the bottom, for instance, and
Oh, no.
I know when we had a presentation here in this room by the city planning
City
people,
planning.
we had some discussion of, was it, the percentages, were they, and if they were, I think, square feet and not number of units, were they total?
It's the FAR,
It's
because it's the
square
amount of
feet,
square feet
floor
area.
right, not FAR, but.
Yeah, the floor.
FA.
Yeah, I always do that.
Yeah, everybody does it, but you're all wrong. Floor area, not floor area ratio.
Like
Anyway.
on the sheet.
Anyway, so my question is it still, as I think we were told, that when it's a percentage of affordable units, it's based on floor area and not number of units? Second, I think we were told that they had to be distributed equally throughout, in some fashion, throughout the building and not all at the bottom. Is
Yeah,
that
both of
true?
those are correct.
And there certainly was an open question to which the answer seemed to be no, as to whether the materials and finishes within the affordable units had to be of the same quality as in the market rate.
I haven't looked into that specifically, so if whatever city planning told you, we didn't change that.
It was,
So it would
it
have been
sounded
the
like
same.
the answer was no, that you could have a, Formica counter in the.
The original
Affordable
text did
and-
say, the original text did signal out that they had to be the same quality.
Interiors?
I remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
We're hearing.
Because that
otherwise.
always comes up.
I didn't look at that specifically, but
And anyway, those types of questions were not changed by the city council.
no, the main change to the universal affordability preference was the addition of a deeper affordability requirement and the height limitations for some districts.
And do all of those units need to be on site?
There isn't the off-site kind of thing. I didn't check if it's like 2 buildings on the same lot, how that works, but there is a distribution requirement. So I don't want to speak without having reread the text on that.
I'm not sure I understood, and maybe it's the slide before this one. If, let's take, on the Upper West Side, places where there is the lower zoning such as R7, and in the mid blocks, when we did do a major rezoning of 96 to 110, I'm taking the most recent, and particularly in addition to putting limits on the avenues, we did also lower the FAR in the mid blocks. Down, and so let's take them, and that was considered by the community board and completely when the thing was passed as something essential to the character of the Upper West Side, the blocks in which with and the backyards and so on. Now is it the case, either with what you were saying, what you were showing, or at least as we were trying to read it earlier, that in the case of the lower zoned area, that which is R6 now, or R62, could an application occur?
Come on.
Could an application occur from a developer within the lowest FARs, these that we have, to ask for a rezoning of his property to something higher rather than taking the entire area? Could it be done theoretically that way?
There's no protection against spot zoning.
Well, that's a you. That's a you. That's what you're.
Yeah, but what I'm sorry, I really appreciate that, but I mean, I know what you're saying because we've experienced it. I'm not, I won't go on because I need to understand it more, but I am somewhat fearful of the capacity, the ability to be able to do the spot zoning in the mid blocks, and to do that if because there are other parts of the legislation that provide for certain kinds of changes in the mid blocks if there is an expansion. And there's questions about that. So I just find that, having read that, and I'm not saying I understand yet, but I'm concerned of the possibility, a greater possibility now than in the past, of being able to try for spot zoning in those areas.
Yeah.
And especially, I mean, I just feel Board 7 worked like hell at a hard time to get city planning, which was, and the administration, not to do this in Board 7, and that was to do new zoning from 96th Street up to 110th, and it was a big fight, but to guarantee the mid blocks, as well as being assured that Broadway would not be zoned up in that area, for example, as it is in the Lincoln Center area. So that's a concern in what you have described, but I'm not saying you're wrong or I'm right. I'm just trying to understand.
If your question is about process, the process
yes,
is still in place. The process has not been changed. The process for going through ULURP is intact. So if something is zoned R6, it's still R6. That was not changed. If there's a provision of affordable housing, there is an incremental increase in density, but we did a lot of mapping and looking at each district specifically, which is why we noticed that there were outliers, for example, in the R8A, for example, where the height was not contextual. So we checked each one with a lot of charts, graphs, and mapping and data to say that these changes at most would be incremental and in a way that wouldn't impact community character. But if there are any changes away from R6, it's the same ULURP process that exists today.
And we were told, I think our chair.
No, I think
One member
Shelley
be
has.
aware that 97 to 110th
Yes,
Street
he's saying.
was all R8.
Right.
And consequently, we ended up with the REL East and REL West, 32 and 39 story glass buildings on 100th Street, because it was one zone. So there's only could be, the air rights could be, development rights could be passed from building to building onto the main avenue. What we did, in addition to what Ethel pointed out about keeping the contextual zoning of the mid block by having R8A on the main avenue and R8B, and there was no way to, you cannot move development rights across zones.
Right.
That's why you see the As and the Bs all over. The other thing is the city wanted to upzone the whole area.
Right.
And were fighting us. And the compromise finally was a 9A, which we had never seen before on Broadway, most of Broadway. But that just would give 2 additional stories for affordable housing. And I think we've only had one situation where 1 story.
See, that's what's designated here, that's the area
Mhm,
that
right.
you're describing.
With respect to you and to whatever, because we can't, I mean, I won't be here all night, but I wonder if your presentation, and if I may, your telling us, because you're doing a good job of explaining this. It would be, at least for me, and I think for others, there's a lot here to understand in what the city council passed, because the city council made a number of modifications and changes, quite a few more than maybe was anticipated by the city planning department to begin with. I think it would be very helpful if you could send us appropriately the presentation and the final results, so that we can have our session in committee to be going over the questions that we
Yeah.
may have, in addition to what you're doing now, because I
did
think
send
we
some
would need it.
materials Prior,
I'm sorry?
I did send some materials prior that were distributed.
Yeah.
Oh, please,
There's a
okay,
bunch of
please
materials.
excuse me because I didn't get it in the, so I thank you. I guess that comes from the office. And so.
No, it came from a bunch of press releases.
I'm sorry.
appreciate
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Please excuse me,
I know
Seema.
that this is complicated, and that's why we thought it was important to take time out.
Thank you. Thank you.
But there is a document also about the changes that have happened.
Okay.
Okay,
I just want to ask one
Yeah.
question, which I think is a corollary to this. When they did CQA, they kept a track change, just version on for a very long time. Are we doing a track changes version as passed by city council and keeping it on?
I'm not 100% sure on that. Let me
But there
check,
was a track change. that
But
was on,
the
probably back.
Legistar document, like I said, where we post what we approved, and what we approved has like, the double underline. and
That's the track
double
changes,
cross
yeah.
through, and that's on the city council website, and I can't think why that would be removed. So you can go through that.
That's good.
Caitlin's gonna be presenting on small housing and shared housing.
Thank you. I wanted to take a quick step back before I get into the details of what was passed by the council, and talk about the dwelling unit factor. And that is the maximum number of units allowed in a building, and that is determined by the square footage of the building. It doesn't have anything to do with the type of units that are allowed in a building. For example, studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. It only has to do with the number of units that a building can have. So in the initial ZHO proposal, the idea was to eliminate the dwelling unit factor in the inner transit zone, which you can see shaded in green in the map on the left. The council modified that proposal, and the policy that was, or the legislation that was passed by the council only eliminated the dwelling unit factor in the Manhattan core and downtown Brooklyn, which you can see shaded in light purple on the map on the right. Importantly, the dwelling unit factor is only eliminated for new buildings. So and if an existing building wanted to subdivide existing apartments and to take advantage of the eliminated dwelling unit factor, that would not be allowed. Next slide.
Yeah, that was a change that the council made. So we heard that concern, and that was a change. So this is a separate topic, shared houses.
Oh, that's too bad.
And just to give a bit more of an idea of what shared housing could look like, this is a floor plan of what is what was passed by the council. So shared housing unit could look like this, with separate bedrooms, locks on the doors, as well as shared common areas. And I have experience living, in a shared, SRO, private shared SRO, so happy to answer any questions, about my experience specifically. But important to note is that, the ZHO only removed the zoning barrier, to building, these kind of shared units. If a developer wanted to build a new shared housing building or SRO, that wouldn't be allowed at the moment. Additional legislation would have to be passed by the council.
Does everyone understand that nuance? Because it's really important. SROs have rules against them both in the zoning resolution and in other places and other rules. So they just felt that the prohibition on this doesn't belong in the zoning resolution. The other laws still exist. Council has the ability to change those laws, but they would have to go through a legislative process to do that.
What other departments or how else are those laws held back? Because I feel like when we were talking about it in June, it was sort of, it felt like, oh, if we pass this, then we can get SROs. So
Yes,
I'm
I
kind of-
thought that
And we were,
too.
and this group was very in support of SROs. So I
Yes.
guess I'm kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I went to a presentation that some of the agencies working on SROs thought about, and there were a lot of things that they wanted to do thoughtfully, if that makes sense. Like, for example, let's say, how do evictions work? What do you do if you have a difficult tenant? Maybe they could put into a place dispute resolution so that not everything has to go to court. Because the court process for eviction is long, but if you have a difficult co-roommate, that's really hard. They even thought of things like, we should have a program where somebody cleans the kitchen who's not the tenant, so you don't have fighting about the cleaning. There's also fair housing things to work out, like you don't want to say that somebody can't, based on, your family status, but then you could have a situation with people with kids, with random people. So how do you balance fair housing with how the tenants are selected? So there was just, I think, a lot of thoughtfulness that was needed, and I think that the legislation needing to be passed is just a reflection of the fact that these do raise new considerations that need to be thought through. So not that it's not happening or it is happening, it's just, it raises new questions.
But it's a city run. What if it's a nonprofit that runs it?
I think that there are some sample ones where they've been running them. Like I think I heard one in East Harlem where it was for youth with substance abuse issues or something along those lines. It was successful, but they would still need to go, this legislation would still need to happen. Because there still are issues that they need to think through.
Yeah, so if I'm following this discussion, it sounds like whether one, and some people here were supportive of OMSRO or a change in zoning that would permit those, and some of us were more concerned about that, but regardless of what anybody's view was, and it sounds like the council did not change those provisions. This is more an explanation of the limitation of the change that city planning proposed that has gone through.
Yeah,
But it doesn't get you to the point of building an SRO.
Yeah, so next steps would be to work on that legislation. We looked at the idea of moving the legislation in tandem with this, but because so much thoughtfulness needed to go into those, we didn't want to rush it at the expense of creating good law. So that was.
Do you see that legislation then coming from the council, or?
I haven't heard anything specific, but I think that it would be worth reaching out to your council member. I know that a lot of the Upper West Side council members.
So, the SROs that you're contemplating may or may not get approval. Are any of them just private housing that individual landlords would run?
Exactly.
They always did exist.
There are some that exist, like I think Caitlin was saying she lives in a grandfathered one. So hers already.
Just new SROs can be built. yeah.
200 West.
I'm asking, could new
106th Street.
SROs be built and run by private landlords?
Not yet. Because there's other laws.
What? I mean, I like, this is very vague at this part of your presentation.
I mean, I just don't know if like you want me to say like multiple dwelling law section, you know. If you'd like, I can follow up with those sections for you to read.
What's confusing me here is there are all sorts of physical arrangements that are absolutely identical to this.
Right.
And typically zoning and typically building codes do not address the legalese of how a space is occupied. That's more, like you said, the MDL and the housing maintenance code and so forth. So that's the same layout as a 3-bedroom apartment we do for affordable housing every day of the week.
Yeah, so the zoning impediment to having something like this was under zoning. It said that every person living in a home had to have access to every other area. Which Caitlin referred to the fact that these bedrooms have locks on the door. That would be a violation of zoning to put a lock on your door such that somebody else in your apartment could not get in. What?
When?
Yes,
So
I mean, obviously, lots of people don't do that, but then you think about.
it's a $10 lock at Home Depot.
I mean, you think about,
Yeah.
that's why it was a silly point. But you think about the fact that how do roommate situations work? You have somebody who's on the lease and the other people are subleasing from the person on the lease. This would be different where every person would have their own lease. So it would
Okay,
giving them tenant rights.
Yes, and they had always had tenant rights, and they always had their own leases.
Right.
So how did it come about that doesn't?
There is a very fascinating, very long article on the history of SROs.
Is this a prohibition on boarding houses that you're referring to?
I could share, why don't I not take too much time from this? I will send everybody a very interesting article and we can all learn
There's a
the history.
Boarding houses, lodging houses.
But they were a legal housing type that became illegal. And I think there's a recognition, like I think many on this committee see that it provides a type of housing needed by certain segments of the population. Or certain life stages.
If I may just, I had read with the process that there, in general, discussion that SROs, which had been considered negative housing and not something that, as time went on, that in fact mostly to do away with SRO housing, but that in the last years, and it had been described in the deliberations, that SRO housing with better legislation and better enforcement could be a needed form of housing. And I read it when I was reading, the discussions in the hearings and all. So it was my quick impression, I wasn't physically present, but I read it that there was going to be, over time, maybe by the time of the passage of the legislation or after, if need be, that there would be an investigation and possibly a passage of new legislation that would permit SRO housing as legal and avoid the unfortunate negative aspects, because the case was being made that SRO housing in fact serves a population and should be encouraged without the terrible bad things that we all saw. So I'm just wondering, it would be good to know if the council is going to pursue this, or
I think that's a topic for maybe a future meeting, but.
Yeah, I'll
for
say that
now-
unfortunately it's bifurcated, that I don't work in the division that would be drafting. Because the
Okay.
housing division is separate from the land use division.
Well,
So I
but let us know that at least some people
That
think
article
it's
would be
important.
nice.
I mean, some of the
And the
structure exists in the case of a student apartment, except the student apartment
Yeah.
has a connection to a college, but that doesn't.
Yeah, there's a
Right.
lot of
Students.
models.
It's
and-
like dormitory suites.
That's right.
Let's go to the-
Okay, so
Okay, so go on.
I guess, not to make things more complicated, but this is gonna be complicated.
Yes.
I've spoken a lot with some campuses on the Upper West Side. I've had individual meetings with them. And I'm gonna try and update you. And again, just like when we spoke about affordable housing, it's gonna be very important to understand where was the rules about campus infill prior to zoning for housing opportunities versus where we are now, because it only really makes sense if you understand the situation now. Campus is not a term in the zoning resolution, but it's a term used to explain to the public this idea of any time there's two or more buildings on a zoning lot. So campuses can actually be kind of small or they can be very large. It's not about the size of the site, but certain regulations come into play given the size of the site. Okay,
Deborah, can you give us examples of
Yes.
campuses on the Upper West?
so that's what the next slide is. I just wanted to give you guys. These are, I just mapped campus lots that were 40,000 square feet and above, because I think those are gonna be most relevant to our conversation. The second thing is, I got this from some of the data we were collecting, where they were also sorting them based on how much square feet they were already utilizing. So the lighter ones are the more empty ones. The darker colored purple are the ones that have higher current FAR utilization. And the blue are the NYCHA. So I'll just start with NYCHA. As you might be aware, the City Planning Commission, when they made their changes, they exempted NYCHA from these rules.
Right.
And the reason is because NYCHA has its own process for how these decisions are made. And it was found that that process would be sufficient. So any NYCHA campuses, this doesn't really apply, but just know that they have their own procedure. The reason why I think that the color coding of how much floor area is being used by a site is important to keep in mind is because even though this is called campus infill, which makes it feel like more is being filled, it actually doesn't do anything to change the amount of FAR available, or FA, I should say, let's be correct, floor area available. The only mechanism really that's increasing floor area is the universal affordability preference. So campuses, some of them have a lot of space, and the idea is that they have extra existing floor area and they don't have a good way to use it. And the analogy I give is to Play-Doh. You give a kid a thing of Play-Doh, you can say what shapes they can make with it. In this example, you're not giving the campuses any extra Play-Doh. They have the floor area that they have. What you're doing is allowing them different places to put it. Okay, so I just wanted to give that background. The way that zoning for housing opportunities changed campus was really in 4 key ways. The first way was very confusing, and I will address on the next slide. So just keep a little pin in it and just know that it eliminated these mixing rules, which I'll get to on the next one. The next wave that campus infill was changed is to switch to what's called lot coverage maximum. So for example, on a large site, 1.5 acres or more, it would say you have to preserve 50% open space. And the third change it made was distance between buildings. It's set at 40 feet. And the fourth change it made was to have heights that were higher than if it was outside of the campus, non-contextual buildings. So the same R7 outside a campus would be lower than an R7 within a campus. And all of this will make a little bit more sense on the next slide. So if you didn't understand any of the 4 things I just said, hopefully the next slide will make it a bit more clear. I put everybody's favorite building here to explain something which is called height factor. Height factor is a kind of a building height. It's a way of calculating how tall can a building be based on its proximity to the street and the open space around it. It was one approach to building buildings. Another approach to building buildings is called quality housing, which is the shorter, stockier buildings. Okay? So you have to understand that under zoning, there's these 2 kind of conceptual ways of measuring height and location of the building, where the Play-Doh is placed. What happened on campuses is that, remember, campuses are places with 2 or more buildings. There was a rule that said once you have one height factor building, all the buildings have to be height factor. If you were developed, so that was the mixing rules that I alluded to before. So what you have before zoning for housing opportunity is the middle picture here, where those kind of tower in the park designs are all height factor buildings. So the only thing you could build is a height factor building. And the height factor buildings get taller the more you put them in the middle. And they don't have any height limitations. Okay, in contrast, quality housing is more similar to the development you see on the right, which is near the street wall, which is shorter and which is bulkier. And what the first change, remember I said there was 4 changes. The first change in the zoning for housing opportunity was to allow mixing. So now instead of being forced with the only option being the middle option, you now have the option of the one on the right, which is the shorter, stockier building closer to the street. Okay, so that's the first change. And then I alluded to this idea of increased height limits, which is confusing because it sounds like we're increasing heights. But what do you see on this slide? You see the middle slide, the heights have no cap because they're height factor buildings, which just have a formula where you can keep going really, really high based on how far you are from the street. So yes, the heights are higher than what they would be if they were outside the campus, but they're still limited because there is a table of what is allowed. So does it make sense when I say the heights are higher, but they're actually lower? And I hope it doesn't sound like I'm
But this is
giving
within,
contract.
I'm sorry, but this is within a campus.
Yes.
So much of the floor area has already been swallowed up by the existing buildings.
Yes, on some campuses that I looked at, campuses actually surprisingly often have very low FAR, and there wasn't a lot left. But some do have some left. An example might be community facility FAR is higher than residential FAR. So they might have more to play with. But whether this could be used would really be an in-depth zoning analysis on a site-by-site basis.
Right, but have you changed the open space ratios to predict this?
Okay, so let me talk about to understand the open space. Remember I said that one of the changes that was in the proposal was to set a 50% open space. So it says the buildings on a site can only cover 50% have to remain open. What we heard from a lot of campuses was that open space was very important to them. And so the council made 2 key changes to open space. One, I'm going to start on the right-hand side, was to protect recreation areas. So let's imagine a campus that has parking and a playground. We said the playground is not where you're going to put your building. The non-recreation space is where you can put your building. So we protected existing recreation space on a campus, a playground, a ball court, benches for sitting. Those have to be protected. And also just to go back to this housing form that's being introduced, which is the quality housing. It's naturally going to be at the edges, which is going to leave the interior space more open. We went a step further and said, any building you're going to build on a campus needs to be within 100 feet of the street, which means if you're, for example, Stuyvesant Town, which has a beautiful fountain in the middle, that interior space is going to be preserved. On our analysis of a lot of campus spaces, what we found was that they wanted to keep that oasis in the middle as much as they could. So more akin to a courtyard. This was the community's space that they valued, that they used, that really benefited them more so than, random space on the outside. So those were the 2 kind of open space requirements. And we also said that open space should be preserved, even if you're a campus smaller than 1.5 acres. So we introduced an open space requirement for those mid-sized campuses as well. And then going to the change on the left, which was making the heights contextual. So like I said, the heights were increased compared to what it would be if it wasn't on a campus. But we said, you can't go that much higher than existing. You can't go higher than existing buildings unless it's like a 1-story building. So it's a complicated, there's a chart with what the heights are. You can have those heights, but you can't go above that unless you're matching the buildings. So if you have I believe I looked at one campus which had 14-story buildings. In that particular case, they'd have to stop at 14 stories. So I can't do an analysis off the top of my head of this complicated table, but just know that we didn't, even this picture right here on the right, where you see those yellow buildings are taller than the surrounding buildings. My guess is under the new rules, those yellow buildings would have to be shorter to match those buildings on that site.
Just one quick question. Everything you've described here, in terms of a community board 7, is all of this that you were describing applicable primarily or even exclusively to the NYCHA housing that exists in Board 7?
No,
Or are there other examples?
NYCHA is exempted from these requirements. I think somebody mentioned Park West Village would be probably the most famous campus on the private campus on the Upper West Side. It's any place where there's 2 or more buildings, so it might be that some of these lots, I didn't look at them individually, could also be considered campus. But it'd be most applicable to places that have not used their full development rights yet, because if they've used their full development rights, there's nothing more that they can build. So I think the subsection of campuses that are going to be impacted by this probably pretty minor, because it'd have to be a site that's not fully developed, that has 2 or more buildings. And I think what you also see is a lot of these campuses that we've looked at have as of right development available today. And it's instead replacing this with a more attractive building form that the communities generally prefer.
Can you give us any off-the-cuff examples, other than Park West Village? And Lincoln Center is probably fully built and not gonna build anything anyway. They're doing other things, but anyway, any quick examples of the campuses in our district? I have development rights available.
I didn't do that analysis. Like I said, I just relied on this chart. I don't know what that light pink is near the bottom, but that seems to me to be the one that has less current building on the site, but I didn't do that analysis specifically.
Can I ask a question? So
the light.
if you had a campus, let's say you had a campus site, you demolished the buildings on the campus site and decided to build something new to try to take advantage of some of these new allowances. Can you do that, or are you still just governed by whatever zoning exists?
I mean, you're still governed by zoning. These are all governed by zoning. If you think about it, a campus site, why does it need special rules?
If I did, for 1 second, if I did, let's say I had a lot, 2 buildings on it, I demolished both buildings, and then I wanted to do a height factor building.
You could do a height factor building.
No problem.
Anytime. And this doesn't take that away. What this allows is something that wasn't allowed, which is mixing. So it basically allows you to put a quality housing on the same lot as a height factor building.
It depends on the zoning. If it's a contextual zone, you can't build a height factor.
Yeah. So this is really more for not.
Right. I mean, I'm thinking about.
I thought you meant like a place that has existed.
Absolutely. But if the other way around, you could build a brownstone in Times Square, but no one's gonna do it. I mean, you can always build less.
I'm not.
But
Tibita has,
not gonna do it.
Tibita has his hand up. He's trying to talk.
I was just wondering, so you mentioned that playgrounds are protected as an open space. Is there anything else that's protected, like green space or any?
It was, we termed it recreation space, which was like ball fields and playgrounds and things like that.
What if it was just grass?
I think, I can't remember exactly how
It's
we
being
phrased
used
it,
as
and I'm happy to
recreation.
send that exact language, because a lot of community groups have been interested in that language, because like you said, it is very important to communities.
Wouldn't that be open space?
So we just termed it as recreation areas. Like places people were utilizing, and we understand light and air is very important, but a lot of the other rules, like for example, keeping the interior space open and we're putting a lot coverage maximum. You have 50% of the campus that has to remain open. That's much higher than other places on the Upper West Side, which have only a 20%. And some have a 0%.
I can add to that the pathways through Central Park, not everything is documented. And or when you go to other parks and they can change. Nobody knows that they're probably not properly protected. Everybody thinks they are.
But there is a
Because-
new plan for Central Park right now that is universe that's now being proposed.
I know,
Change it.
but
in
it's,
general,
there are lots of
parks are
little
not zones.
pocket park.
That's right.
What?
Parks are protected.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know,
exactly.
but it may come. This is a debate,
Okay.
debate I had with somebody else. I thought everything was safe.
Ethel,
And
go ahead.
I found out it wasn't.
One quick question, if I may.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
In the NYCHA housing, so that kind, there are no commercial uses. You don't have stores within. Secondly, a given set of land is used for automobiles, for parking. So, and those two uses are questionable, if anything, in terms of evolution of the so-called campus. Why not have commercial uses there? And secondly, of course, the more difficult thing, to give over the land for the parking and for automobiles goes against what they have been trying to do elsewhere.
I'll say to you what I've said to a lot of community groups that I've met with.
Yeah,
People hear that we're having a rezoning and it's the largest rezoning.
I know.
A lot of people come to me with really great ideas. But it's like I explained beforehand, that we have to work within scope. So there's what is allowed today, what was proposed. If there's a good idea over here, it could be the best idea, but the council couldn't implement it. So I think that it's good that you keep coming up with ideas, but keep sharing that. But I want to just focus on.
no, I appreciate, but it's too bad because there's more than
what's
what's
actually
actually done.
This will be so exciting because this hasn't been a lot in the news, but I think you guys will care a lot. There was changes made to rear yards.
Oh,
Somebody said, but what about the donut hole? That's what we call it. We call it the donut hole rules. And you guys will be very excited that in situations like this with attached buildings, we didn't let them change the rear yards. Your rear yard,
it's good.
so
Yay,
it's the donut hole rule and
that was good. Okay.
we.
That was the
We
scariest
really
thing.
read the rules very closely, so there you go.
So no-
Another,
So no ADUs.
no, you cannot have ADUs in the townhome that it was clear in the fire code that you couldn't, but we added it to the zoning
Oh, great.
resolution. So we did belts and suspenders. There's not gonna be an ADU.
What does it mean, limit rear yard reduction for attached?
Oh,
buildings? All brownstones are
You
attached.
keep your 30-foot rear yard. The change happened across New York City, so you can have also the change in rear yard happen to, single family, one family, detached homes and lower density. So for high density, like these attached homes, we preserved your.
What
yard.
happened to low density?
They got their yards changed.
So you're adding 10 extra feet to,
Single family houses in Queens.
They have less yard. And there was also an idea that there was gonna be a one-story expansion in the rear yard, so as long as you kept it to one story, it was okay, but we were like, no. So,
but it is allowed if it's a community facility.
I don't know off the top.
There is not uniformly allowed in community facilities, there's certain community locations,
Doctor's office in 8B can go all the way back.
not in the
The
block.
86th Street Art Center is doing that, right?
Yeah. What did you say, Seema?
The Bard Center project is going straight through.
It's next to next to a big apartment building next
Yeah.
door. It's
So
at the end of
it came to Landmark Center.
When it's a nonprofit, usually it's done with medical offices. They can go
Yeah,
back.
In some districts and some not.
How much what's our time frame here
Yeah, that's
tonight?
good. Yeah.
Okay.
It's very
So
late.
this is not a modification, but I realized that some community boards didn't realize that this change was made. We all know like the pre-wars have those funny shapes, H-I, or like this is a C. That actually became not allowed, which is why you see I guess all the new developments are these bar buildings. So you see the building on the top is called a bar building. on the top left.
Right.
So meaning it's got a frontage on the one side, it's got a frontage on the other side, it's got a long hallway. The majority of units only have one frontage, only the corners, if at all, have two frontages. Whereas in contrast, the older pre-war buildings or anything really pre-1961 have multiple frontages. So you'll have, you know, two exposures, one exposure, they'll have these kind of interior courtyards. What zoning for housing opportunity did was re-legalize these kind of shapes that we had prior. So you'll see other configurations that aren't just bar buildings. And I think it's gonna result in situations where you have windows in the bathroom again, windows in the kitchen instead of only just this kind of cookie cutter that we see the whole time, which is the open floor kitchen, the living room with the window on one side, the bedroom with the window on one side, and the windowless bathroom, and sometimes an interior closet, which isn't a bedroom and some people are using as one. I think we've all seen a lot of floor plans, but just to know that this was a change. The council didn't modify it, but I just wanted to be comprehensive.
Is the change the allowance of windows facing each other?
Yeah, it's the distance between.
So what's the new,
I didn't write it down. The information here about rear yard isn't correct, but, it just allowed windows within the same building to be closer than they're currently allowed. Okay, Caitlin's gonna talk a little bit about parking, just very quickly.
And the very, very short version is that there's no change to parking minimum requirements on the Upper West Side. Before DHO was passed, there was no minimum number of parking spaces that was required to be built for units built in this neighborhood. You can see since DHO was passed, the area that is both coral and crosshatched includes the Upper West Side, and there is still no parking minimum in that neighborhood. There is a partial adjustment to the parking minimum requirements in zone 2, which is the yellow shaded area, and then in zone 3, their parking requirements stay the same with a few modifications. And in order to
that slide is available on the links that I sent.
And in order to help facilitate some of the new types of housing that DHO allows, there were some carve outs in zones 2 and zone 3, but again, none of those apply to the Upper West.
Are there any questions about parking? It's less applicable, but we just wanted everyone to know. Okay, so this is an important one, which is maintaining community input. You guys might be more familiar. There's there's different other kinds of ways that land use actions get approved, special permits, authorizations, certifications. We restored the special permits that were modified out.
Great.
The only time not is if it was like so inconsequential, so we'd put like a railroad right of way for if it's so small that it didn't matter. For example, just so you know, we recognize that community input is very important, and for anywhere where it was material, we put it back. So one of these, if you see on the bottom, is landmarks. So I'll just take a second to talk about landmarks, what happened, because I think this is a really touchy subject. One thing that's very interesting about landmark transfers is that in the entire history of landmark transfers, there's been less than 15. Less than 15 actual transfers of landmark development rights.
Say why.
It's because it's one of the factors is that the sites that are eligible for transfer have been very limited. Here it says current, which went former, but you see the hot pink site being the landmark site could only transfer to adjacent lots and those ones that were adjacent across the street.
Okay, but the reason is, and why we see it so much, is there's something called a zoning lot merger.
Well, yes.
Which is just a legal sale of the adjoining lot to the adjoining lot to the adjoining lot. But the result is the same.
Yeah, so there's different kinds of transfers. You can have a zoning lot merger, and that's a way to transfer development rights. A landmark transfer works a little bit differently in that it can hop over a street.
It's what? I'm sorry.
The rights can hop over a street.
Yeah.
In a regular zoning lot merger, you'd need to have contiguous lots with no spaces. So one change that zoning for housing opportunity made was to say you can hop over more streets. You can see here, so now all of those blocks, and pretty much through the mechanism of zoning law transfers, all 9 of those entirety of the blocks. If they do a combination, would be able to.
So that
use
was the proposal we saw from the city planning commission. Did the council change that or restrict it?
So the council didn't change this aspect of it. What we changed was what I alluded to on the previous slide, which was things that were moved to certain bulk, or meaning if the bulk changes to a certain degree, it would need to go through a review process. We put that back.
So is it just council or for the full ULURP process?
It would be a ULURP.
A question with the pink. Can you go back to the, I'm sorry, yeah. This is really silly. Can it go to all of those or any of those?
Okay, it could go to, so imagine it's
Could it go
like,
to all of them at once?
again, it's like your playground.
No, I totally get it,
It's your
sorry.
Play-Doh. So like, let's say I have 100 pieces of Play-Doh, I could give each of them 2.
You could, okay, so you don't have to pick one of the
But
lots.
then, once I deplete it, I
Right.
don't have any more.
No,
to
of
give.
course, yeah.
It's also really important to understand that receiving sites can only get 20% more than their existing FAR. So
Oh,
if I
that's
have a certain
important.
amount of FAR, I can't suddenly just
I see.
build an enormous one. It's capped at 20%, and it's also capped 20% from different sources. So it's like, you can't, there's other forms of lot transfers that also, they can't stack. It's just the 20 and then you're
For 20% of their existing FAR.
of their allowed FAR.
Okay, I got it. I misunderstood.
But they must be adjacent, they can jump the street, but they still have to be adjacent.
They have to create a kind of a chain.
Mhm.
If you're, meaning anything in this pink area in the bottom proposed, and the light pink, could just do a landmark transfer
Right.
with the dark pink without having to do a zoning lot merger.
Under the
Those
new
other
board.
areas in the white that are like adjacent to this, they would have to do a zoning lot merger to get it from this one.
Mhm.
Like these ones, sorry. These ones could do a zoning lot merger to get it from this.
Mhm.
So there is some chaining available, but these pink ones would not need the chaining.
This is only for individual landmarks.
Yeah, so that's another, another element that people got really confused about. The current landmark law was that if you are a landmark in a historic district, you cannot participate in this program. They said there were, so here in the right is the landmarks are pink, the historic districts are yellow. So if you were like this one, see, you're a landmark in a historic district, but near not a historic district, you couldn't participate in the program. Now you can participate in the program, which made some people concerned that historic districts are generating FAR. No, historic districts don't. Only landmark sites can participate in this program. It's just removing the barrier for landmark sites located in a historic district.
I'm sorry, that's only individual landmarks can transfer.
Yes,
They
it's
can do
just
it to a wider.
They used to not be.
a wider area and, that, yeah, that's the main. change.
So then what is the second part you said, with if they were in if it was an individual landmark in a historic district?
Previously, they were
Previously,
precluded.
it couldn't.
Like, for
Now it
example.
can, so it's 2 changes.
Yeah, I mean, there's several changes to it, but for example, a cemetery that's landmarked cannot participate in this program. Because if you think about it, it would have enormous FAR. So that preclusion remained, but there was also a preclusion of landmarks in historic districts and then changed that exclusion.
So to be totally clear, if you're a brownstone in a historic district, not an individual landmark, nothing changes.
Nothing.
You can't transfer.
You have errors, it doesn't matter.
I mean, it can only transfer through regular
Zoning
means like
law.
what we're talking about. But it wouldn't be, the landmark transfers is for landmarks. I'm not gonna go into this, but just for thoroughness, that the zoning changes were accompanied with $5 billion of commitments. And I'm not gonna go into those tonight, but
Good, because it's 9:00.
But this
I've
is,
just done a lot of work.
but this is actually
Interrupting.
really
it is important and,
Well, we'll get it. You don't have to.
it's
You have the information, but the point is
Yeah, I
that
think
it's
it's
not
important.
just changing legislation, it's
I
actually
got
trying
it,
to.
but
Yeah.
yes.
And the city council just wants to emphasize this because we heard communities to say, you can't have housing changes without infrastructure. And you can't have affordability without other tenant protections and other staffing and other, supply itself doesn't solve the housing crisis. It's one, prong of a multi-pronged approach.
Housing. So this goes back, I think, overlaps at least the landmark issue, and I think it's gone beyond that. We had a very confusing discussion here about the sliver law was changed, was not being changed, what the city planning people presented to us. What's the story on the sliver law? How does that come out of this?
Is it embarrassing to say that it was confusing?
No.
I was not very involved in the sliver law conversation, but I was told that it's not a big deal what ended up happening. So like the changes weren't actually,
No changes.
they weren't as material that people should be worried, but I can get back. into
I would
the
love to
sliver
hear
law.
that.
Because every time somebody started talking about it, my head,
Yeah.
no, so that was maybe you caught me on the one thing that I don't feel very confident about.
Done very well otherwise.
Yeah. Thank you. Hopefully no one's actually listening.
Okay, thank you.
The rest of the presentation is on the low density, which I think we don't have time for, but,
Would you feel comfortable sharing that presentation with us, or is that not?
Or other resources that you think?
you know what, I think that actually the city, Department of City Planning put out a summary of the modifications because they needed to do that in order to assess the environmental review. And some of the maps that I took were from that presentation, so I think that might be.
Was that on their website?
It's was part of the EI, meaning the environmental review, so it was like an update to
Oh, I
it.
see, okay.
So, I think that should be available on, for example. And if you can't find that, I should send that. I think that's the most technical but digestible overview.
Got it.
Because it had to be technical for the environmental review update to make sure none of the modifications created environmental issues. Yes. Yes.
Just, it sort of, in closing, because you've done an amazing job.
Yeah, really.
You should get a prize for that. But I'm still concerned about, the, areas of, for instance, NYU, their campus. And people get antsy because they think that they're gonna rip everything out and build, a new science lab or something. Are there everything that's out there that's considered historic and built don't be touched, right? Still,
They would just be regulated by
the
historic
rules and regulations.
They're still historic districts.
So they wouldn't be, because there's.
I can't speak to say like what the historic district allows, but.
No, but I live on West 88th Street, and we have 3 architects, including me on our street. And I said I was coming. I thought they would be here, but obviously not.
If you would like, I can follow up to make sure I'm not missing a nuance, but from what I understand, it's still a historic district rules.
Great, that's what my reading was, but people get scared and change is not easy. Particularly when you just are reading a story that may or may not ever happen. But you've done, I swear, I will put gold stars everywhere you walk. It's been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you guys for all your work trying to digest it. We did read all the community board comments and it was helpful performing.
That's great.
So it's important.
There's a lot of individual.
Amazing.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
Should be.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So motion to adjourn?
Yeah.
That's a great.
Adjourn.
Again.